Hello, hello. Testing, testing. Streaming that. Streaming. Right. Okay. Hello everybody. Welcome back. Greetings. So, yesterday we managed to get the Trafalgar into the mod tools. But there's still a lot of work to do to get it fully ready for Slipspace. So today we're going to be setting up its collision areas, regions, damage regions. We're going to be making some custom engine effects, custom explosion effects. We're going to be editing its weapons so that it has the weapons it should have. We're also going to be setting up the gunner positions. Ignore that purple thing beside it. You didn't see that. Doesn't exist. But yeah, just to get a sense of scale, here's a halberd next to Punic. It's pretty fucking big. In fact, that's an understatement, if you ask me. Music a little loud? Okay. Let's see. How's that? Why is the room so orange? Well, it is. It's a pretty red room, and the light bulb is quite yellow. I think the webcam might be picking it up a bit differently than real life. A little quiet now. You're so hard to please, Gibbo. You're so hard to please. Okay, it's on 3 now. That should be good. Nice glasses, thanks. These are my modding glasses. No, I need these for anything that's like not right in front of my face. Usually I use them when I'm looking at a screen, sometimes I don't. Just a bit more clear. So, I did a little bit of tinkering with the movement values of the Punic, so it's now a lot more sluggish, as it should be. But its top speed is faster. Its top speed is now, what did I set it to? 58, I think, which is the same as a marathon. Yeah, 58. Because as someone pointed out, in real life at least, carriers are usually the fastest ship in a battle group. Now obviously we don't want this to be faster than a Paris or a halberd, but I think this is a decent speed for it. As you can see, it's quite slow to turn. So the Supermax are going to be on the gunner seats, so it's going to be the pilot's job to sort of line those up for them. So he can focus on... So if you didn't know, actually, in Slipspace, the further your camera is towards the rear of the ship, like this, the faster you turn, and the closer to the direction of travel it is, the slower you turn. Little trick for you there. But if you go too far, like if you go beyond 180, you snap to going the other way. So it is actually a little bit of skill involved in getting the best turn out of your ship possible. Of course, if the pilot had a Mac and he had to do this to get it onto bear with a target, it would be less useful. So giving the max to the gunners is a good idea for more than just that reason, but the reasons why we're giving it to the gunners. They can hate me now. For what? For repositioning the breakwaters? That's not a new development. Hell yeah. See, Jack knows ball. Jack knows how to use. Sorry, Albert. So yeah, this is like the very bare bones basics of ship. They were going to improve it tremendously. So let's actually start with the engine effects. Let's make proper engine plumes for this thing. So right now, as you can see, sorry again, Albert, any such cases. You can see that our engine plumes are less than impressive because these are the Ions engine plumes. Need to be a lot bigger. So let's see about making them a bit fatter and a bit longer. Plus 5% hull smashing it. Oh, interesting. I didn't think it would be able to take damage yet because I haven't set up any of the damage regions. Huh. Currently it just has the same health as an Ion as well. I haven't touched any of those values or anything like that. Oh, that's why it has working health, because it is using the Ion's basic collision setups as well. Yeah, the engines are ridiculously big on this thing. Okay. So was that there? Okay, let's go. So we're going to go to the vehicle tag for the Punic. We're going to come up to the top. We're going to look at its attachments. You can see here we have Ion main engines. So this is the big central engine. That's the marker for it there. We're going to open this and we're going to save this as a new tag in our UNSC effects folder. We're going to call it Punic main engines. This is the effect framework that the Punic will use, but we need to also make a custom light volume system for this to reference. So you can see here in this event and this part, we have a Ion main engines light volume system set up here. If I open that, save this as a new tag. This will be saved into our light volumes folder. It's nice to have things compartmentalized. I don't have the ships compartmentalized in quite the same neat way as everything else. All the projectiles, all the effects, all the weapons. But maybe one day. So Punic main engines. But first of all, we want to set the thickness to be a lot higher than this. Maybe 1 as a minimum and 5. Now for this to actually show up on the model, I need to go back into the effect and I need to reference the new light volume. This one here. Then I also need to go back into the Punic vehicle and reference the new effect. Is Punic main engines. Hey Alloy, how's it going? Admiral Cole approved, hell yeah. Okay, so that's updated. So now let's see the thickness of that. Wow, that might still not be thick enough. So let's change the minimum. So this profile thickness, you see this graph. So there's a curve, and it will interpolate between the minimum value, which is the one we set down here, and the maximum value. And this interpolation is determined by the vehicle tag. You can see here that our primary scale, which is the thing that influences any of those graphs, there's a few graphs in there for length, thickness, density, brightness. So this is all being scaled by main engine effects, which is an object function. And if we go into functions, you can see that the direct controller of main engine effects is engine RPM, which is how it's how much kick the engine is given out. So obviously the longer you hold down W, the higher the engine RPM is going to go. That's dependent as well on our acceleration values here. Vehicle functions, yeah, vehicle functions are great. I don't know a lot about vehicle functions. I only really know the ones that are pertinent to like engine effects and stuff like that. I would really love, I don't know if it's possible, I've been tinkering and it doesn't seem to be possible, but I would love to get like maneuvering thrusters that are only fired, or the effect only creates a light volume when you're turning left and turning right, but you know, specific ones for turning left and turning right, but it doesn't seem to be any way to differentiate that from just engine power. If anyone knows how to do that, let me know. Okay, so we've updated our thickness. Let's check that. That's looking a lot more appropriate. Ship, I can tinker it a little bit. Well, I would have to set up markers and effects for the maneuvering thrusters first, but I will do that at some point for sure. So the thickness is looking good there on the main engine. We just need to make it longer. Let's make our profile length 8. So some of this is a little bit esoteric, which is an understatement for these mod tools. So there's actually two values here for length. There's length and profile length. I'm not exactly sure what the difference between them is, so I just kind of tinker with both until something happens. So that one doesn't seem to be affecting what I want it to be affecting. I think I need to make a little bit of an offset. Let's increase offset to 5. Ooh, no, let's not do that. Let's instead change this length value from 9 to... Let's do something absurd like 30, see how that works. Oh, that's not good. That's not what we want to have happen. Try 15. So you can see at a certain point, if the light volume stretches enough, it kind of creates a new start point, which we also don't want. Let me change the minimum length. 5. If that... No, it doesn't help. Might be density I'm looking for, so let's change density to 20 and see what happens there. No, definitely not what we want. Let's make this lower then, make it 1. That could be what we're looking for. Change the length back to 30. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. I mean, maybe not that long. Certainly something like that. Work on it whenever you're done with it and see if I can get it to work. I'll send you, I'll probably do it on the halberd first, because that's a nice and simple and small model. But that would be really sick if we could get that working. I just learned something new about light volumes there, because every time I've tried to make like a really big light volume, I've run into that issue where it creates a new one in the chain instead of just one long one. Turns out all you need to do is make the density 1. There we go, there's our main engine thruster. Maybe a little bit longer than that actually. Go 25. Like to say, not that pointy either, but I'm not sure we can do anything about that. But plumes do come to a point. That is usually how plumes work. I know afterburners on jets create like rings, not quite the same as this, but pretty sure in like the Expanse and stuff like that, plumes are like a blowtorch basically. Floats your goat. I didn't even notice he said goat there. Good, the engine flaps will close and open depending on flight speed. That is possible. That's a lot of rigging though. So I think I'm gonna pass on that one. See how many flaps it has. Yeah, lots of flaps. I'm not even going to count all them. What the fuck? What's that? That's new. Render freeze? Oh, it is. Okay, render freeze. There we go. Send it here 30 minutes, I'll have it rigged. I believe you. Then we have to do it for every ship. Every engine on every ship. Can she launch frigates? No, she won't be launching frigates. But I am hoping to set up a heliport exit built into the ship under here. Hopefully that will be set to only allow small UNSC ships to come through it. That way you can simulate frigate deployment or destroyer deployment, which would be really cool if I can get it to work. So that's our main engine sorted. Now we need to do secondary engines, which are all the same. They're all the same marker. If I turn on markers here, see that each one of these has a small engine marker. This one has an explosion marker as well. So that means anything with the same marker will receive the same effect that you tie to that marker. pretty self-explanatory, but that's how you get... It's the most efficient way to get multiple of the same effect, instead of having to set up each engine separately. But as you can see, there are quite a few markers on every ship. However, it differentiates between its normal Mach and its sub-Mach here. You can also see that the bore of the light Mach is larger than the bore of the sub-Mach. Just a little detail, you know? Like details here. Halcyon main engine for the small ones. No, I'm just going to make a... Actually, you know what? You know what, Gibbo? You might just be a genius. Let's see. So currently they're set to the Halcyon mid-engines, which is what the Ion uses for its mid-engines. Let's change it to main. Halcyon main engines. They don't seem to be playing at all. Oh no, that's because Halcyon's main engines in the effect tag, the location that they're set to spawn at is a main engine marker. But let me just create a new effect, call this Punic mid engines. Let's change the marker reference from main engine to small engine. And let's update the reference here. Punic mid engines. You know what? It's pretty close. Might need to be a little bit longer. Good enough for government work. I think I do want them to be just very slightly thicker and just very slightly longer, so let's do that. So we're going to open up this light volume, save it as a new one. It. 3 to 1. 15. Thickness to 6. Oh yeah, need to update it. Mid-Punic, mid-Punic. The Covenant will have it. Oh. Why is it doing that? Like a ripple effect in it. Interesting. Like the Michelin Man of engine blooms. Find out what that's happening. Might be this profile length. Is it 8? That looks a lot better. Over the ceiling. Cool. I do think that these ones come to too much of a point. This one is fine. Excuse me. Yeah, we need to change the minimum thickness. Change it to 1. There we go, much better. Just as an experiment, let's see what happens if we set it to 4. Yeah, see, it comes out like too much of a lump. What if we made it disperse at the 15? Cool. Set it back to 1. There we go. Actually, it could do with being a little bit thinner, kind of overlapping with the apertures a little bit. Oh. Take it down to 5. There we go. Let's make it 4.6. Perfect. Now we need to make the light, see the light that it's casting? We need to make those a little bit bigger, certainly much bigger for the main engine. Let's go back to our vehicle tag. Let's find the light. Ion main engine glow. No, that's just a lens flare. Looking for I think this might actually be built into the effect tag. Look at the main effect. Here we go, engine's light. So, oh, this is a shared tag. Okay, let's make this bigger. Save tag as Mega Engines, not Mage. Okay. Burn an SDV with that engine plume? Hell yeah. Wouldn't that be sick? Wouldn't it be sick to have like an expanse style movement system where you have to turn the whole ship around to decelerate and you could use the plume as like a blowtorch? You know what? There's a cool idea for a brute ship. Not the turn around part, but the brute ship having like a basically like a melta gun from 40k mounted to the prow. You just turn on and it's like a blowtorch that goes through everything. That'd be sick. I've already done that expand style flying. Yeah, you can do it. With the small ships at least, you can definitely throw your ship around to the opposite direction and then accelerate to slow down. But yeah, hold that thought about the brute ramming mechanic. That would be cool. Okay, so this radius needs to be a lot bigger. And Mega engine. Even that's not really big enough. Dare I say 20? Yeah, there we go. I don't think I need to touch the sub-engines. I think the main engine light is doing enough of a good job. Dangerous new technology discovered in Brugartha. Nice. Hell yeah, there we go. There's our engine effects up and running. Beautiful, ain't it? Someone should take a picture. Okay, so that's our engine effects. Let's see if it's destroyable. No, as I suspected, the collision model. I think ramming. Why did it take damage? Because it's set to have the CSO's ramming values, which means it basically should take 0 damage when it rams something. Let's see what happens if we sideswipe this. That'll do 1% damage. What if we hit an asteroid? Okay, that just did nothing. Yeah, okay. So... I think we need a slightly smaller camera track on this as well for the pilot. Custom camera tracks are a hassle though, it's all quaternions, so you need to just input the value you want into Google, and there's 12 different entries for the 12 different camera angles you need to update, and yeah, it's a pain. But it's usually worth it. Yeah, like this isn't a bad camera size, it just, the ship feels maybe just a little small. Actually, while I remember that trick about the engine plumes, I think CSO could use a makeover to his engine plumes. Here's the CSO, by the way, for anybody who hasn't seen it. Very large boy. Hell yeah. EDS is growing on you? Good, because it's here to stay. And I love it. I'm really happy with how it's turning out. So, yeah, let's do a little pass on the engine room with this thing. I mean, they're not too bad, but they are kind of a bit weird. Let's go into our CSO vehicle. I think the front of the LNOS is a bit flat. Well, it kind of has to be, in my opinion, because a CAS-sized prow just looks out of proportion, in my opinion. This looks a lot more like a balanced set of proportions for a ship that's meant to be 29 kilometers long. That's just my opinion, though. But unfortunately, my opinion is what you get in this mod. Yeah, DDS. I really like the silhouette of the DDS. think it's turning out very cool. Oh, also these things you see in here, I'm getting distracted, but whatever. These little things here, these are gravitic anchors, and therefore carrying things that would be too big to fit inside like a normal ship's hangar bay. So things like the Draugr siege engines, maybe even Covenant Spires, harvesters, base components like the bases from Halo Wars, stuff like that. And this lower bit with the 6 anchors on it, this actually, so it projects like a beam of hard light all the way from orbit down to the surface, and this lower bit basically detaches from the upper frame with whatever it's carrying, and it drops it down to the planet's surface. So it's like a skyhook. It's like a logistics carrier for heavy equipment and material. That's all lore stuff that I just made up for it. There is no precedent for that necessarily in Halo lore, but I think it's really cool. I want to do a little animation that shows these in action, not for the ship itself, but as just like a separate thing. It'll look cool. Anyway, CSO engines. Light volume. Density to 1. Thickness. Go 20. 4. Maybe not that thick. 15. Yeah, that's looking better. Bit more length, maybe 30. Hell yeah. Here we go. Okay, so engines fixed. I think I want to make the light that they're casting a little bigger as well. I might use the unit scale lights. So let's do that. Oh, CSO engines already have a larger one. Make that 30. I don't like the way the light volumes are clipping through the engine kells there though. So let's push the offset out by 5. A bit better. Ooh, we're going vertical. Thanks, Zaitan. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. Let's come out further. Actually, let's make the thickness 12. Offset 8. There we go. Perfect. Oh, the halberd was inside the CSO. RIP. Go back to the Punic. No, Trafalgar will only be for hero or capital Slayer modes and stuff like that. And now I will have I'll have the code to spawn it set up in the regular Slayer as well. So if people really want to, they can add it to that. But that will be, in my lobbies at least, that'll be a rare occasion, and people will know in advance if it's going to happen. Anything larger than the Punic on the UNSC side? No, definitely not. The only thing larger than the Punic is the Infinity, and we do not stand the Infinity on this channel. No, there won't be a regular Punic. A regular Punic kind of goes against the asymmetric design approach that I want to maintain for Slipspace, which is why anything bigger than a Vindication is strictly the domain of hero ships. Because the UNSC are meant to feel like an underdog, so if they have a really powerful ship, it should be rare. Now, I don't mean underdogs as in the balance should be that the UNSC are more likely to lose. Not at all. It should 8 players versus 8 players should be a balanced experience. That's the philosophy I'm approaching this with. And you know, it's been a journey to get to that point. I think balance is pretty good at the moment in regular Slayer. Slayer is like the best way to judge balance, I think. Game modes like Invasion are a completely different kettle of fish. Game modes like Territories, again, completely different kettle of fish. Assault, Covenants have an inherent advantage on Assault because they can teleport. So the game needs to be balanced around the sort of foundational Slayer experience. And then game modes that kind of mess with that the way to balance that is in the hands of the people making the game modes rather than on me. Kind of the same way that the Anvil guys have had to develop a sort of a formula, like a Bible, if you will, of how Invasion should work, because the sandbox is balanced the way it is. Let's just go with the diplomatic phrasing. Plan on making other hero ships? Yeah, so there's going to be 4 hero ships on the UNSC side and 4 on the Covenant side. You've seen the first Covenant one already. That's the CSO, the Long Night of Solace. It's also going to have Heaven's Brilliant Beer, which is a Rassus pattern, which is the ship that fought 40 UNSC ships at once over Harvest in the Halo Wars comic. It's going to be a hero ship. The Kewu pattern sniper cruiser that was it Keys? I think Keys destroyed during the Fall of Reach. That's going to be a hero ship. And what's the 4th one? Oh, Shadow of Intent. Shadow of Intent. That's going to be added with the same in the same patch as the Trafalgar. Shadow of Intent is going to be the 4th hero ship. And then for the UNSC, it's the Trafalgar, the Clontarf, which is a Thanatos-class battleship, completely made-up name. I went with the name of a battle from Irish history because I'm Irish. There's not enough of that kind of thing in Halo. It's all very Anglo-centric, I guess. They're going to have Ascendant Justice, which is going to be a DDS with the frigate Gettysburg attached to it. The Gettysburg is going to be in this area, held by these gravitic anchors, and it's going to have tubes. This part of the model isn't finished yet. There's going to be tubes here for like maintenance tubes that are going to snake up into the Gettysburg, and these arms, these maintenance arms, are going to be folded out, and they're going to be supporting the Gettysburg as well. Gonna look cool, and that's going to be like a supercharged DDS, like in First Strike, where Cortana boosted all the weapons up. Won't have any strike craft because it doesn't really make sense to have Covenant strike craft on a ship that's captured by the UNSC. And then Pillar of Autumn is going to be the 4th Euro ship. Pillar of Autumn will probably be the next Euro ship after Trafalgar. And it's going to use the Flight 2 Halcyon model. The one from Reach. Well, the one from Sins of the Prophets, which is designed on the one from Reach. Shout out to Brian Boru, he was a real one, yeah. Brian Boru, Emperor of Ireland. Cool title. Anyway, back to this. So our engine effects are done. Now let's go about setting up some weapons. So I'm going to address the point defenses first. So the point defenses need to be a lot faster. Ooh. Little whoopsie there. Point defenses need to be faster because there's 12 guns. So if you watch one of the firing points, it takes way too long for that gun to fire again in the sequence. Point defenses wouldn't be that slow. The rate of fire needs to be at least double. Also, the fact that the camera is so zoomed out means that point defenses are less reliable, which means you definitely need a higher fire rate to account for that. So, back to the Punic-class vehicle. We can probably close all these tags now. Put the model open. We're going to scroll down to weapons. Go to Ion Turret, open. Save this as Punic Turret. Now, hero ships are going to have longer weapon ranges than regular ships as well. So I'm going to make the point defenses on this target out to 800 to start with. Parse fire rate, pretty close, probably, yeah. We're going to scroll down all the way to barrels. We're going to look at rounds per second. We're going to double that. 18. I don't think I really need to make any more changes than that. Swap this in. Punic turret. Hell yeah. And if I zoom in, you can actually see that the turrets rotate. The projectiles actually come from those little turrets. And let me look up as well, actually, so you can see the vertical. Yeah, hell yeah. So that's really sick. Let's go to 10% speed. Oh yeah, so there's 12 turrets and currently the weapon fires 6 shots per burst, so let's make that 12. Let's bump the fire rate up to 20 as well, just for the sake of it. That's a bit more like it. Poor halberd. It's gone. There they are. Yeah, sick. Oh wait, those rounds aren't actually reaching the halberds. I think I need to make a specific projectile for this version that has a longer range. Yeah, you can see the maximum range on this is 550 world units, and we just made the engagement range 800. So, make a new tag. Call it Punic. Make this go out as far as 850. New point def. Yo. Okay, so that's our point defense weapon setup. And let me see if I have to do anything with the long swords. Yes, there is something I need to do with long swords. I want to make the hold option for bombers. We want to make that long swords equipped with Shivas. Very scary, I know. Obviously, these are going to be too close to do anything to the halberd. Beautiful model by Jess from the Sins of the Prophets team. Really, really sick. And yeah, longswords are pretty big, turns out. See the size of this compared to a halberd. It's a big boy. Maybe the Punic being so big does make sense if longswords are that big. Okay. Yeah, Punic's pretty sick, all things considered. Oh, why can't I launch defensive fighters? I'm going to restructure the way defensive fighters work as well. I want it to be, instead of firing a volley of 4, I'm going to make them fire one per trigger press, and I'm also going to swap the tag functionality from click to hold, and then click will be launching the fighters. Make it a bit easier to use, because the tag is not really as necessary now that UNSC ships have a built-in tag. But you still want to be able to do it to tag like objectives, so you can give objectives to defensive fighters. Now why you getting a tag? I don't remember if they have issues sending defensive fighters to the halberd in Slipspace, the live version. Because this doesn't seem to be getting a tag. I wonder if the tag is failing to create because the Punic is in the way. Strange. You should be your mobile respawn. You can fake it. If I attach a teleport exit to this, it should be possible to simulate it as a spawn point by basically, I don't know what way I would make the entry point. Maybe like a navigation buoy that the pilot can drop, and then any light ship that comes near the navigation buoy gets teleported to this, maybe. Now the problem is with teleporters is you cannot set their channels in the tag itself. You can only do that in Forge, and obviously that's no good for teleporters that are created with a vehicle, because you can't touch them in Forge. So the problem that could create is the teleporters that are created for the Covenant Slipspace jumps are technically on the same network as a teleporter that would be attached to this. So you could end up with a Slipspace jumping Covenant ship coming out of Slipspace at the Punic, for example. But you can restrict teleporters to certain types of object. So I'm hoping that if I set all the UNSC ships to be considered light land vehicles for teleport functionality, and make the teleports, the Punic related teleporters, only accept light land vehicles, that might solve it, maybe. That remains to be tested though. Oh, I should really set Discord to do not disturb. Be good. Okay. Remember in lore it had outer docking clamps? Yeah, I think it can hold 4 frigates under the wings in lore. And I think the Halo Fleet Battles model for the tabletop game actually has those Parises molded into it under the wings. So yeah, I want to try and emulate something like that kind of functionality for this. So, long swords. We need to make a duplicate of the longsword. Need to make this a new weapon. Call it Longsword Bombers Punic. Now all 3 seats are going to have longswords, so I'm not sure if you should be able to launch more than 6 at a time. So that's going to be 18 longswords. How am I going to make the Shivas different? Because if they take up the same amount of heat, then you would, of course, just launch 6 Shiva longswords instead of 6 normal ones. So I think they're going to have to probably take up twice as much heat. So let's see. There was only one ship. One. Are you sure? Yes. Hold it. Your vote. Halo 2 opening is so good. Generated per round. I want this to be double that. Could be 4, not mistaken. Now we need to make a copy of this projectile. Longsword _ Shiva. To make detonation effects, the Shiva ones. Shiva main explosion. We need to make its impact damage. Oh, hold on. This doesn't have any impact damage set. How was I handling that? Longsword, nuke, and explosion. Is it handled in the effect tag? Oh, it is, okay. Let me look at how the Shiva handles that. No, it's not Shiva missile, that's actually the Violent. Nuke missile. Okay, so I'm just going to copy how the Shiva works. So, detonation damage. And impact damage. Sabers will be awesome. Yeah, experimental. Yeah, I don't want things that were experimental or one-offs to be too common, although the Punic is a hero ship. But it would just be a model replacement for the defensive fighters. It wouldn't actually be functionally different. And they're so small anyway that you probably won't see them model. So wait for the Vindication. The Vindication is in the mod. You can use it right now. In fact, here it is right here. This is another beautiful Sins of the Prophets model. It's got the pilot controls the breakwater turret on the bottom, which is that triple barrel turret there. Pretty sick. Got lots of coil guns, lots and lots and lots of coil guns. This is only, it's a 2-player ship, and this is only 1 player's complement of coil guns. The gunner also has the same amount. This thing is terrifying in close quarters. Want to see a magic trick? It's just that easy. Obviously, coil guns are much less effective against energy shields, but anything without shields just gets deleted by the coil guns on this thing. And the gunner controls the rear breakwater. The entry point for that is about here. No, I think it's actually on the breakwater. Yep. Ah, it's too... Albert is too low down for the breakwaters to shoot at. We'll just bring it up a bit. What the hell? Why is the Vindication not getting barrier tag as well? What's happening there? Yeah, this thing is sick. Trafalgar should have near as much guns. Well, it doesn't actually have coil guns, or I was about to say it doesn't have breakwaters. It does have 2 breakwaters in lore. The hero ship on the UNSC side that will have lots and lots of guns is the Thanatos class. That will have at least 3 breakwaters. Probably 4 coil guns per seat. In addition to its 3 max, one of which is a super heavy. Many flights does the Punic have? I'm not sure exactly what its lore complement is, but each player will be able to launch 6 longswords at a time, and then a 30-second cooldown. There'll be like 3 ions worth of longswords. Longsword Shiva. So we need to also change this effect. Have the Shiva's light instead of the smaller longsword light. Let's do longsword Shiva. That effect. And we're going to change the lens flare to the nuke projectile. Oh no, hold on. Damn it. Oh, I'm after messing that up. Let's go back. Overwrite that. Primary heavy damage to a cast. Yeah. 6 long swords is enough to kill an SDV or a ADR. I think it will strip the shields off a DCV as well. 6 long swords. Might even do hull damage if they all get through, that is. Okay. So arming, we want that to stay the same, and then exhaust. Is that right? Projectile. That's right or not? Let's see. What? That doesn't seem right. The longsword missile uses the same lens flare as the Shiva, the Shiva. Would have sworn they're different. Hey Trex, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's see. What I should have done is the Shiva first. Look at this. Wow, they do use the same. Is it the trail that's different? I could have sworn I made the longswords a slightly different color lens flare. Let's do that now, because that needs... You need to be able to visually tell between a longsword nuke, which does less damage, and a Shiva. Oh. Nuke, gold, silver. No, blue is already being used by longbows. We don't want to confuse them with them either. Pink is going to look too much like a plasma torpedo, probably. Yellow is a harpoon. What about orange? Now I know archers are orange, but archers don't have a trail. Let's see how this looks. Awesome. Oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna have to relaunch them. Yeah, I think that might be it. Filling up my own serifs. Never a good idea. Anyway. Boom. Shit, this thing's moving. I think it's moving too fast for me to get into. But yeah, it's crazy. Even at like 1/10 scale, which this is. Oh, I keep dying because it's CSO's ramming damage is just an insta-kill to basically anything. But even at 1/10 scale, this thing is huge. Bonkers huge. Okay, now let me... Gotta test how these look against archer missiles. Yeah, definitely still, I think the larger lens flare means they're definitely still more noticeable. That's good. Yeah, lead for scale. Okay, I can't believe I never made that change before now. I really thought I had. But yeah, so now you'll be able to tell the difference between Chivas and longsword nukes. Longsword nukes are a lot less powerful and they only do, they only do impact damage. So they have to actually hit you and do damage. Okay, so 6 longsword nukes will break the shields of a DCV as well. Doesn't do anything to the hull, but it will collapse the shields. Cool. So, next let's do the Archer missiles. Actually, no, I have to finish setting up the long swords. So let's reset to longsword Shiva. And you know what? I think I'm going to make the longsword Shivas a bit faster than the normal longsword nuke. Let's make the final velocity 300. How long is it exactly scaled to Spartan model? Well, at full-size Punic is 4 kilometers long. So that would be this size. So here's an elite for scale against a full-size Punic. Pretty big. But still plenty of room on the map, so this green circle is the map boundaries. This is the maximum map boundaries before skyboxes start to run into issues, by the way. So a map bigger than this would have really big visual glitches. So you can see that full-scale fleet battles would not work. They'd be way too close to each other, for my liking anyway. So yeah. That's why everything is 1/10. Look at the size of the map compared to that. You're basically making the map 10 times bigger by shrinking all the ships down by 10. Now we need to add little faraway engine flares to the Punic as well. Not that it really needs them, it's so big. So we're gonna make this like the main engine. And I think we're also going to duplicate it. And add it to the small engines too. There we go. Maybe not actually. Yeah, it's so big I don't think it needs all that many engine flares. It's also going to have an identifier tag above it that'll be visible from anywhere on the map. Oh, I need to set that up actually, so I need to add 2 markers to this, 2 more markers. Let's duplicate this one, move this up to here. About midway through the model and about that high. I'm going to set this name to ident. And then I'm also going to copy, paste that, make a marker called Mac Fire. This is just the name of the thing I use to spawn the defensive fighter projectile tag that pre-tags all UNSC ships for defensive fighters. Okay, export. So when this finishes exporting, you will probably see an ion marker above this. Yep, still working through it. Yeah, it should be 400 meters in gameplay instead of 4,000. Now, as I said, Slipspace isn't exactly 1/10 scale. The fleet combat is not exactly 1/10, but it's close enough for government work. When it comes time to actually make full-scale versions of the ships for scenery, for the dogfight mode, I will make sure that they are actually full size. I won't just scale up these by 10 because that would be wrong. They'd be slightly off. There we go. So there's the ion tag. Now I think I've already got the Punic tag in the engine. So if I go to ship ion icon, change this to... No, I have the image, I just don't have the tag set up. So let me make that now. Ship Punic. Change this to Punic. And we're going to make it visible from anywhere on the map. So far fade distance is going to be 9,000. And then we're going to swap this into the Punic icon. There we go. I might make that a little bit higher up actually. Port. Spooky music. This song is pretty intense, huh? Oh, it's over. Yeah, the CSO has a map-wide tag as well. You can see the legend on the left there as the flagship tag, which is reserved for hero ships. Well, the normal CAS has a flagship icon as well. It deserves it. Pilot won't have a Mac on this. That's just, again, the ions setup. Yeah, it'll be visible from everywhere. Hero ships will always be visible. Another spooky song. Oh wait, this is the same track. Mausoleum Suite, just a bunch of different little songs in one, I guess. Okay, let's set up the Archer missiles. Oh no, wait, I need to actually give this a new longsword weapon. Longsword bombers. Make this longsword bombers Punic. Now let's see. Yes, I know you can either fire 6 regular longswords or 3 Shiva longswords, or any combination. But the Shiva longswords generate 34% heat, and the regular longswords generate 17% heat. Okay, I need to change the flare on that. Oh. Longsword Shiva. It's become this. Yeah, so there I fired 2 Shiva longswords and 2 normal longswords. It's probably reached the target for it, yeah. Now the crew of the Trafalgar are going to have to be careful about which longswords they fire, because when the Shiva detonates, it will destroy any projectiles near it, so you want to leave a gap between your longswords if you're involving a Shiva. Oh, it's max. Is an Amberclad planned? No. There is a small likelihood that a frigate-sized ship could end up in the dogfight mode, and if that happens for the UNSC, I would really like to use a Stalwart class, because that is supposed to be like an air defense sort of frigate, so it would make sense to include that for dogfight. To survive, what did you miss? So we're setting up the weapons, and we've set up the engine effects. If I hop in here, see our engine plumes are now correctly sized for the engines, and the glow of the light covers an appropriate amount of the rear of the ship. We've set up the ID tag, which you can see above it. I'm actually going to make the minimum range of that longer so that you don't see it as the pilot. So let's make the near fade begin distance 800. 900 for fully faded in. Go. Might be a bit too far away now, actually. 100. 700. 500 actually. Okay. Yeah, so we've set up its point defenses, so it now has pretty fast point defenses. Defensive fighters don't need to change, they're going to work the same way as they always have. Its longswords, holding down the fire button now launches a longsword with a Shiva nuke, but it creates twice as much heat as a regular longsword, so you will overheat the weapon faster. Here's a normal longsword, here's a Shiva. Normal, Shiva. You can fire any combination, but if you include Shivas, you're going to fire less longswords per squadron overall. So let's launch some longswords at the DCV. So regular, Eva, regular. The regular one. Shiva. Shivas are much faster. Shiva. Regular. But that actually brought the DCV down to 37% hull. With 2 Shiva longswords and 2 normal ones. So it might be a good idea to fire your Shiva ones first because they do much more shield damage. And then the fourth weapon that the pilot will have is archers. Let's set them up. I'm going to extend the Punic's longsword lock-on range from 5,000 to 6,000 because it is a hero ship. Carrier hero ship, so it should be able to engage from further away. Actually, I might make it 7,000. Then it's not quite as long as the CAS, it's a kilometer shorter, a kilometer and 300 meters shorter. It's going to be a 3-player ship, but it's a hero ship, so it's more powerful than its player count would imply. Here I'm going to have to make a custom version of the regular longsword that has a longer maximum range. Let's do that. Longsword. Punic. We're going to increase its maximum range to 7,000. Actually, 7,500. Because we want it to be slightly longer than its lock-on range. Okay. You know, that's probably a bad deployment. Oh no, because the Shivas will arrive first because they're faster. It's probably a good deployment, actually. Although I think one of those Shivas will destroy the other one. Oh no, it's far enough away. Did catch that though. So yeah, that is a slightly bad deployment. You want to leave a larger gap between the Shiva and the regular longswords when you're launching them. So that probably would have dropped the DCV's shields if all them got through. There was nothing left in that coffee, by the way. That's why I took a swig of Coke straight after. Okay, so let's set up its archer missiles. So I'm going to use the Anansi archers as the base. Save it as a new weapon. And we're going to make its engagement distance 5,000. Okay. Pop that in. Supercarrier shoot 4 longswords, but longer range. Longer range, yeah. It can fire 6 regular longswords, just like the Ion. Or it can mix and match between the regular longsword and the Shiva longsword, but the Shiva longsword creates double the amount of heat. So if you fired all Shivas, you'd only fire 3. If you fired 1, then you could fire 4 normal longswords, so on in that fashion. Here we go, there's the archers. It's not going to have any nuclear missile associated with them. Just archers. So it'll be able to shoot... When it's fully crewed, it'll be able to shoot 30 archers at a time. 10 per player. It's not a huge amount, but then again, it is meant to be a carrier. So that's the armament for the pilot. It's going to be archers. The longsword bombers, point defenses, and defensive fighters. Then the gunner seats, each one is going to have a super Mac, a breakwater turret, Just thinking now, actually, where did the archers go? I might have to give all of the archers to the pilot, actually. Because the gunner's armament is the Supermac, breakwaters, longsword bombers, and point defenses. So there is actually no room there for archers. So yeah, the pilot's gonna have to get all 30. Means I have to import these markers. Pilot won't have a Mac, no. It's a little bit awkward to divvy it out, but because it has 2 Macs, I think it's best if the gunners get them. So that way the gunners' armaments can be identical to each other. You know, I think it's a reasonable trade-off. You know, the guy in the pilot seat gets to fly the ship, whereas the gunners get all the toys, I guess. It's not to say the pilot is helpless. He's also got longswords and archers and point defenses and the defensive fighters. Also means I'm going to have to redo the firing sequences on all these. It's a shame. Is that all our markers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah. Export selected. As Punic, Archer, extra. Exactly, yeah, just like the lance for Covenant ships. Hold on, so I need to switch the coordinates back to blender scale. And then import. Markers. Set our scaling point to the 3D cursor, and then we scale up. Okay. Yep, perfect. Convert all these to markers. Now, as I said, I have to go through and rename everything. Well, we want this one to be first. Second. Basically, we want the firing sequence to go from the front of the ship all the way to the back. So that's just what I'm setting up here. Actually, no, this one should be... $16. And the lance on Covenant ship fire from multiple angles. Mac limited to the angle of fire from the front of the ship. Yeah, the Mac has a 15-degree cone. I think it might be a little bit more generous than that, maybe 20-degree. Whereas the lance has a 180-degree arc of fire forward of the ship. So basically, anywhere from directly to either side forward. Let's just run through the markers here. Okay. 19, we want this one to be 20. One. Four. Okay, so our final marker in the sequence needs to be number 1. Don't know why, just the way it works. So our actual first marker in the firing sequence is 2, which is this one, and work our way through that. So that's how it shakes out. Let's export this again. Hey 3D Burger, thanks. Thanks for tuning in. It's going well so far. I know you can't hear, but just pretend you can. Ooh, failed export. What happened there? Am I not able to have 30 of the same marker? Just relaunch Blender. I don't think I can have 30 of the same marker. Connected geometry plane builder. Not sure why that happens. Let me just delete. Just delete these markers. This sequence. Launch it again. Hello, Anna. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Joe. What's happening? We are working on the Punic. How many tries? Not very much. Like 50,000. 27,000 faces in the render model. No, sorry. 40,000 because the engines are 13,000 as well. Okay, let's see if it works this time. How's progress now? We've got the engine effects sorted. We've got the movement values in a good place. We have been sorting out its weapons. I've just realized that I need the pilot to have all of the archers. So that's what I'm setting up. We were running into an issue where 30 archer missile markers was crashing the tool. It's still crashing. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I don't really know what any of that means. I have a feeling it's to do with the extra markers, though. Let's see what happens if I delete them all. Actually, no, let me... Slipspace Battle Pass, Margaritaville, themed Valiant. Tomorrow, how about that? How about Battle Pass tomorrow? How does that sound? What is going on? Why is this failing? Okay, I deleted all of the archer markers and it's still... Oh, I know why it's failing. It's because we never set it back to Halo scale. That's what's happening. Whoopsie. Oh, let's add back in these markers. Which one is this? Where's this one? Should be... the 8. Okay. That should be good. Oh, hey, Gibbo. Thanks so much for the £5, dude. Hell yeah. You're a gentleman and a scholar. The egg is still incubating. I will have it finished this week, though. That's my promise to you. I will have it finished this week. Come with egg what? Certainly does. And you get a bit swamp with the green color. So that's the collision material in Blender. It's like a transparent green. This week, as in Sunday, is the start of the week. Ivo, how about that? That's what I meant, because, you know, Sunday is the start of the, like, work week, you know? Will there be more frigates added? No, not for fleet battles, not for the fleet scale stuff. It would just be hard to justify Well, the Charon is just a worse Paris in terms of armament. Doesn't have harpoons. Doesn't have as good point defense. It would just be worse. I don't really see any way of making it stand out. Same with the Stalwart. That's like an air defense thing, but the Paris's point defenses are already so good that doesn't really have a place in fleet battles. But the Stalwart might show up in dogfights, so full-scale battles. The Irish week. Does your week roster not start on Sunday over in England, no? Monday, like barbarians? Okay, back to Halo scale so that the exporter actually works. Starts on a Monday just like the Hierarchs intended. Yeah, the royal family. Would the Infinity, if you ever did it, which I know you won't, work with me, would it be a super ship in all categories? Yeah. Yeah, it would be a hero ship for sure. Did we export? Oh, it's just not showing the dialog box for some reason. Okay, we have all our secondary triggers. Excellent. So now let's bump the Punic archer missiles up to 30 missiles per shot. Because hell yeah. Is an SDV real scale similar to CSO size fleet scale? I don't think so. We can find out here though. Wouldn't be too far off actually, now that I think about it. So let's make this a CSO. You know what? Yeah, I think it will be pretty close. Oh no, the CSO is still way bigger. Yeah, it's a big boy. There you go. They're saying you're ready to play LNOS, yeah. I think boarding action gameplay is going to be really cool. If I can make it work the way I want it to work. When you add the Able class heavy destroyer, probably not. if that was to be included, it would probably be an insurrectionist ship. And an insurrectionist roster is entirely hypothetical at the moment. No solid plans for that. So let's see how many archers we're firing. Well, I know we're firing 30, but let's see what that looks like. Hell yeah. Owned. It's going to be quite a nightmare for point defense. As it should be. Nice. Shit. See what happened there was the two missiles collided with each other. So you definitely want to leave a gap. Super Magnum, I haven't set that up yet. That's just for the gunners. It's going to be for the gunner seats. Now, one of the last things I need to do for the overall vehicle itself is I need to sort out its damage regions and its collision models. So, for that, I'm going to have to reference this list here. I'm going to throw Blender onto my other screen. So I can just look at it. So we go into the Punic model and we need to set up a region for every region we have in Blender. So we already have default, of course. So let's add, I'm going to call this armor default. This is one of the most tedious parts of the process in the mod tools side of things. We want to add a permutation, just default. We want to add states, so default state, initial probability 1. We want to add major state. Now, not every region will actually have major damage, and in fact, none of them will to begin with, till I go back in and add the actual damage state decals. I'm not going to do that for the initial release. Or maybe I will, but I won't do it on stream today anyway. Oh yeah, or I forget, we need to add the turret marker to the very center of the Punic, and that's where the gunner seats are going to attach to. All this call it gunner marker. Okay. And re-export that. Two screens. Yeah, funny that, isn't it? Turns out you can actually have two separate monitors instead of one that's like as wide as your whole street. All that rain of missile just to take 30% of a destroyer's shield. Yeah, archer missiles are very, very weak against shields. In the lore, it takes hundreds of them to drop a Covenant ship's shields. In Slipspace, they're also very weak against shields. They're more of a nuisance, more of a distraction. It's something for the Covenant to have to shoot down with their point defenses. Otherwise, it will interfere with their shield recharge. Which gives the UNSC a brief reprieve, so that Covenant aren't just constantly shooting at the UNSC ships. Use a TV as a monitor. No, Gibbo has like the widest monitor in existence, like an ultra wide, ultra, super duper wide. It's the Punic class of monitors. And he thinks he's so great because of it. Okay. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Regions. AKA the anti-fun zone. Okay, so got this region set up, so now I need to copy it, add a new one, paste, and change the name. So critical. Let's go armor aft control. Armor 4. Armor top. Don't know why I put the word armor in there twice. That was a mistake, but whatever. Armor. Okay, so now we're into the left and right ones. So L, armor aft. Or and ship. And now we're into the right armors. Oh no, L wing. Now we're into right armors. Okay. So that's our 16 regions. Maximum amount of regions you can have on a model is 16. I found out yesterday that if you try and export a model with more than 16 regions, it just won't. So let's look at our collision model and make sure all of our regions are set up in here. Yep. Okay. Not done yet. That's only the start of the process. No, regions are the areas of the ship that have... You can set them up to have different health values. You can set them up... The way I set them up in Slipspace is they're either normal hull, durable hull, critical spots, or bridge, which is the different amount of extra damage they take or subtract. And the regions which then reference a identical damage section is how you set that functionality up. So that's our regions. Now we need to... We also need to set up the model materials for each region, but first we need to set up our damage sections. So let's say we want the ship to have 40,000 health to begin with. We already have a body damage section. Vitality percentage is 1, which is 100%. We already have some explosion effects set up. Make sure that these marker names match the markers I have here. They don't. Change that. Up. We export it. So, we need to set up a new damage section for every region. So body references the default region. We're going to need a shield region. Is the armor. Set that to 100% vitality percentage. Set the shield material name. Let me see what I use for that on other ships. Hard metal thin hum. So setting this field is what turns this damage section into a shield. We don't want any recharges. Couldn't recharge because it's armor, not actually shields. Now we need an instant response. Actually, I'm just going to copy this from the halberd. Copy element. Base element. So this is what triggers the armor break effect. So just grab that from the halberd and put it in here. Make sure I set these markers to ones that I actually have on the Punic. I have target midship. I have target port engine 4, so that's fine. That's our shield. Now let me look at how I have section set up here. So again, I'm just going to copy this damage section from the halberd as like a template. I'm going to add. Then we're going to make the name match the one of the names of the regions we have here. You can see that this is a field for transferring damage to the body, which we want to have happen, because we want damage that happens to any region on the ship is transferred to the overall health of the ship. And then we can change this transfer amount. So for armored sections, we'd set that to 0.7. So only 70% of the damage is actually being applied to the overall ship's health. For normal areas, it's just full, so actually every region in the Punic except for default and critical are armored. So I'm going to make this the critical section to begin with. So name this the critical. We want this to transfer 1.5. Means 50% extra damage will be transferred to the ship's health if damage is inflicted, direct damage, not AoE damage, is inflicted to the critical region. Okay, so let's add a new one. We're going to do this as armor bolts. That matches. Yep. For default. And for this and every other region I'm going to set up, this is going to transfer 70% to the body. Yeah, right side armor. Uh-oh. Okay, slight problem. We only have 16 damage sections as well, and the shield is an extra one on top. So what's going to happen is the Punic is going to be like the Vindication in that it doesn't have any armor. Is what's going to have to happen. Midship. Yeah, because we need 2 more regions to play with. We only had 1 if we kept the shield in. Okay, so that's our damage section set up, our region set up. Now we need to set up our materials. So again, we need to make an entry in the model materials for every damage section. And so I'm going to set these materials to be the same as the one that the Vindication and the Valiant have. Which is hard metal thin human. Actually, there's one more thing I need to do in Blender. Let's drag this over. The armor break effect, these sparks or something. It needs to be pretty noticeable visually. The fact it only happens when the armor is broken, I mean, I think that's different enough from a shield effect. And this ship won't have armor, so on smaller ships it's not as noticeable, and on a big ship like this, it won't have armor, so it's fine. So I need to add a mesh property to each collision model, which is a collision material, and I need to set this collision material to match the region it's associated with. This will simplify things on the... I think it's actually necessary to get them to function at all. Excuse me. A lot of tedious steps involved in getting something set up for Halo's engine, as you might have noticed. Okay, so export this again. I might have to close and reopen this tag to get it to update. And while that's happening, I will be back in a second. Okay, I have returned. So, where were we? Oh yeah, so I set up the collision materials in Blender, imported the model, so let's open the model tag again. And this should have auto-completed the materials block. It has, so now I just need to point them into the right direction. So this needs to link to L-armor midship. Need to give each entry this global material name as well. Then we just run down the list. Hey. So now if I debug models. Okay, no, we still don't have a collision model here. Why is that? Okay, all our materials are here in the collision model. Everything's here in the regions. What's our bounding radius? Have a bounding radius? Sphere. Yeah, we do. Okay. That shouldn't be an issue then. What if I reset the scene? Pop this out. Go back to it. Oh. That is strange. Need to go in and assign to all faces for these. Just keep it invulnerable. Good idea. It's actually a metaphor for the indomitability of the human spirit. Well, you wouldn't understand. Eyebrow stuff, you know? Eyebrow stuff. Where is the physics or the collision model? I don't understand what's happening there. Ah, I see the issue. Every region has a probability of 0. So make sure when you're setting up your regions, you create a permutation and you set that permutation to probability of 1. Huh? That still didn't work? Okay, bet. Yeah, no, the halberd has the permutation probabilities at 0 as well, and that's not an issue. A render model. See what's happening in there. Oh, why does the render model only have default? The halberd has all of them. Okay, so Blender is not importing our regions. Why not? Let me look at the halberd's Blender file. The Foundry UI has stopped working. Relaunch Blender. Aha! I remember now. Every region must have an associated render model. So you can see on the halberd, what I've done is I've created a cube for each region. and each cube is just a render model that's set to the specific regions. A region will not appear on a model unless it has a visual render model associated with it. So that's the actual issue that's going on here. The cube. So I need to add mesh cube. I don't need to make any changes to this one, so I'm going to name this cube. But so now I need to make a cube for every region. So Shift D to duplicate, rename this to cube armor default. And so on in that fashion. Whew, this is fun, huh? It'll all be worth it, though. Just gotta trust the process. Okay. That's all our cubes. I don't think we need to give them materials or anything. So now let's export this. And when next I look at the Punic in the mod tools with the debug this enabled, you will see a green outline like that once this export is finished. I really hope I'm not about to eat those words. Huzzah! There we go. That is the collision model. Now if I start shooting this with my trusty Magnum, we can now blow it up. Of course, I'm going to have to change the explosion effects to be more suitable for its size. But yeah, it's now destroyable. I actually need to add 2 more markers to this. The flames that happen at half health and quarter health. So, let's see. Okay, so in case you weren't keeping track, what we need for a functional collision model on an asset is we need to set its regions. We need to set up the regions in Blender. We need to create a render model associated with that region to go along with the collision model. We need, once it's in engine, we need to set up its regions with the same name as the regions we set in Blender. We need to set up damage info, so we need damage sections, and these also need to be the same name as our regions. Once we've set up the damage sections, we then need to set up the model materials, which also need the same names. So it's quite an involved process. A lot of steps. Oh, and you also need to, in the Blender tools, you need to make sure that you have a mesh property, collision material mesh property, and you need to set the collision material to point at the relevant region. Did you catch all that? It's tedious. Oh. We need 2 markers. We need a marker called fx_damage_50. And FX damage 25. So let's just grab our Punic D marker, duplicate it, move it where we want the fire to appear when it reaches half health. I think somewhere in the middle. Out here, maybe. Call it FX damage 50. Not in caps. And we duplicate that. Call it FX damage 25. We probably want this towards the rear. Put it here, maybe. Save that, and re-export. Look, are tracking the targeting name is working as well. UNSC Trafalgar, hell yeah. So let's see how many plasma cannons it takes to blow one up. Currently. 1. Okay, so it took 27 plasma cannon shots to take it to half health. That's hitting armored sections, of course. Let's see if we hit critical sections. So it takes a lot of plasma cannon shots to kill him. Gotten the weapons. Yeah, the weapons are sorted on it. For the pilot at least. So the pilot has a 30 missile Archer barrage. That's per trigger pull. Then it also has longswords. The Punic can fire regular longswords or longswords armed with Shivas. But the Shivas create double the heat of the normal longswords, so you can fire less of them overall. So if I fire Shiva, a regular, another Shiva, a regular. Did the stream go down there for a second? The web page, stream web page, crashed or something. But yeah, so that's the longswords. Then it also has defensive fighters. Don't have any targets, but they work just the same as regular defensive fighters. Then we have point defenses. Point defenses on this are, they have lock on out to 800 world units, whereas the regular ones have 500. And can see as well, we actually have point defense turrets, which are fully rigged. You can see. And then obviously the gunners will have turrets as well, so they'll show up on these pedestals and other places on the ship. And yeah, we've sorted out its engine effects. So yeah. And we've also set up its damage areas. But the engines are obviously a weak point. This sort of strip in the middle where the hangars are is a weak point. Bridge is a weak point. And the bottom of the main hull with the orange lights on it there is also a weak point. Might be hard to shoot that though. Oh. We touched off it, which is instant death. So yeah, that's the main setup for the ship itself done. Now we need to focus on getting the gunners in. Trying to think if there's anything else we need to do on the ship itself. I think so. Hey DJC, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's a big boy, it's a big brick. So, let's start work on the gunners. So we're going to do a new scene. Delete all the default objects. Let's start on forward gunner. We're going to delete all our secondary triggers because that's the Archer missiles, and we don't need those on the gunner seats anymore. We're going to transform every object that has a hash in front of it into a marker. Just like that. We're going to set this up as a collision model, so collision. This up as a physics model, physics. We're going to split this breakwater model into the turret and the barrels. How much health does she have compared to a Vindy? Currently she has 40,000. Vindication has 25,000, I think. That's not necessarily the final health values. Doesn't have any armor, just like the Vindication as well. That's more so just because I didn't have enough room in the regions to add a shield. Okay. Now begins the rigging process. So we're going to create a new asset. Hold on, actually, first I'm going to scale everything up. There we go. And we're going to make a new asset. Punic. We're gonna generate a halo armature as well. What? Okay. And because this is a child object of the main ship, we don't need to set up any animations other than base. So just put in an iframe. Scroll forward to 9. Under iframe. And that's it. So we need a bone for every point defense turret. We need a bone for the breakwater turret, and we also need a bone for the max, so that we can give it a little bit of wiggle room on their aiming angle. Scale this bone up by 20 just so it's a bit more visible. This is going to be the Mac bone, so Rotate it forward 90 degrees, and we're going to position it. Just like that. Move it across. All this Mac name. Gonna add another bone. This will be for the breakwater. Hey Nemo, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Hope that the process is proving of interest. Oh, add another bone to this. I'm going to call this breakwater. W barrel. It's not actually lined up properly. There we go. So, breakwater bones. Now we need bones for all the little turrets. Breakwaters, yeah, breakwaters are cool. enough. So now we select these, we paste. Okay. One more for the right side, and then I can just duplicate them and mirror them for the left side. Okay, so now we just select all these turret bones. We set our pivot point to 3D cursor. Shift D to duplicate. And we mirror Y. Yep. Okay. That's all our bones placed. Now we just need to rig them. So let's start with Mach aim. which will be taking primary trigger. Actually, before we do that, we need to back into edit mode, and we need to parent all of our turrets to the pedestal bone. Not the barrels, because we want the barrels to stay parented to the turrets. There we go. So if I select my aim here, if I rotate it, it should rotate the marker with it. Yep. And turret one. Oh, we don't want turret one. Okay, so this is a bit. The layout of the bones and the meshes is not quite the same, so I just need to manually check that I have the right one selected each time. Okay, so that's one-sided turrets rigged. Spooky music, everybody panic. Last turret. Oh yeah, the breakwater. Hell yeah. That's all our rigging. Now we need to do our aiming animations. So, do a new animation. It's going to be an overlay. 1 to 10 frames. Be an action overlay. Mode is going to be any. Weapon class is going to be aiming. Press OK. Generate poses for a vehicle. Preset 360 aiming. What that does is it populates the aiming control bone with keyframes that corresponds to the sequence in which we need to run our turrets. So it's a 360-degree rotation to the left, and then the last 2 frames is straight down and straight up. And how the aiming animation works in Engine is it interpolates between those frames depending on where you're looking to make sure that the bones are pointing towards your crosshair. So I'm going to do the Mac aim to last because that's going to be a different thing. So I'm going to select all of these bones. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put in some blank keyframes from 1 to 11. Like that. Then I'm just going to select all the turret bones. We're going to begin our horizontal rotations. I'm going to look at the breakwater as a reference. So on frame 1, we need to turn 45 degrees to the left. So R for rotate, Z for the axis, 45. We press I to update the keyframe. Move to the next keyframe, or Z, 90. I'll just repeat the process. So we do a full 360. I've made a mistake here, actually. So the first frame and the last frame, so well, frame 1 and frame 9 need to be looking straight ahead. So this keyframe actually stays the same, don't do anything to it. And the next one is when you start rotating. Z45, Z90. Oh no, we need 270. And 305. And the last one stays the same, so that's our rotation there. 45-degree increments. Oh. We mess that up again. Or Z minus 45. Z. Hmm? that right? No. It's not quite right. Okay, there we go. Yep, that should be it. And then on frame 10 is looking straight down. So all of our bones are going to be pointing for Y90. Oh, no, wrong bone. We need to do this with barrel bones. For Y90. Yep. And then all the point defense turrets are going to be able to look straight up as well, but the breakwater is only going to be able to look 15 degrees up. So let's deselect breakwater barrel. Let's do Y minus 90, look straight up. And let's go back to the breakwater barrel, do Y minus 15. Actually, no, let's do minus 10. Okay, so that's all the frames we need for our turret. Okay, I'm just noticing that I think the turret is actually centered onto the bone. Oh, it is not. Okay, so I'm just gonna break this connection. Object parent, clear and keep transforms. And we need to move the breakwater. Ah, yeah, see, I centered the breakwater on the barrel pivot point, which is not the center of the turret. But this needs to be, on the horizontal, needs to be under the point of rotation of the turret. Which is a bit more like that. We're working on the first gunner. At the moment, it's just about done. I've got it all rigged and animated. Okay. Now just the Mac bone. So for the Mac bone, we just wanted to look 15 degrees left and 15 degrees right. So let's just put in all our keyframes. First keyframe is looking straight ahead. Keyframe 2 gonna be OR Z 15. Then we're actually gonna copy that frame, paste it onto the next one, and the next one. Frame 5 is looking directly behind, so it's gonna reset to looking straight ahead for us. And frame 6, we're gonna turn it 15 degrees to the right. And we're gonna copy that frame, paste, paste. And frame 9 is back to looking straight ahead. And frame 10 is looking down, so I like to do a 30-degree vertical rotation, which works out better that way. We're gonna do OR Y 30 or Y minus 30. The hell? Okay, it didn't seem to have actually copy pasted the right keyframe here. So OR Z 15, iframe, copy, paste, paste. Here we go. Okay, so now for exporting, what I need to do is I'm going to choose one of the existing gunner vehicles as the vehicle and model template. So let's just do the Vindication Vindy Gunner. No template. Model template, we're also going to use the Vindy Gunner. This just pre-populates all the fields in the vehicle and model tag with what's in the Vindy's gunners. Saves a lot of setup. Okay. Animation looks good there. Already in Halo scale, we've scaled it up. Well, let's export. And now what we're going to do is we're going to reference the gunner vehicle in here. we're going to go into the gunner vehicle, and we're going to make sure that the entry marker is set to the correct one. Is it just gunner D? Oh, okay, so let's just rename these. Export. Oh, I forgot to set the materials for the turrets. Let's fix that. Okay, re-export. There we go. Here's our first breakwater on board. And we've got more defense turrets on it now too. So, now we need to set up the weapons on this. So, I need a better camera track as well. I'm going to give it the CCS camera track for now. Oh, the Mac. For now, I'm going to set it to the Artemis Mac. Mac Artemis Gunner, I guess. It's not going to have archers, so we're going to set this to going to set it to breakwater for now. Actually, let's make the custom Punic version. The breakwaters on the Punic are going to be effective out to 3,500 to start with anyway. Wait, did I save that? I did save it. Oh, I was meant to save it as a new tag. Save as breakwater Punic. We're going to give it a special variant of its projectile that can cause reactor kills. Be an armor-piercing breakwater, basically. And this is going to be... oh shit. Less of that. Yeah, I'm saving this. We're going to call this sub 10. Maximum range of 5,000. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to go to our Macaron projectile and we're going to grab Mac penetrate explosion. Copy. Place. So basically what this effect does is, if you can see this little window here, this is the projectile, and each of these little dots behind it is a marker that creates the damage effects that actually destroy reactors. And so the effect that I just added to this projectile is the effect that creates those damage effects. So now we can kill reactors. To update the projectile in the breakwater Punic with this new one. There we go. And next weapon is going to be the longswords. And our final weapon will be the point defenses. So I think our entry point is here somewhere. Yep. Oh yeah, I haven't set up the aiming animation yet. Need to do that now. There we go, our breakwater's aiming. Hell yeah. Oh, we can shoot the DCV from here. These are longswords. Point defenses. That's a lot of damage. Let's test the reactor killing ability now. Kind of have to eyeball it. I'm not sure if that was a reactor kill or it just ran out of health. So let's hit it again with those longswords. Here we go. Yeah, that was a reactor kill. But just to be sure, let's do that one more time. We ever get a Nova Bomb? No, probably not. The Nova Bomb is like the round-ending nuke in War Thunder. That's it's way too powerful to use as a weapon. Oh.
Targeting hostile. Engaging. Initiating. Point engaging hostile contacts.
Might give a zoom to this breakwater actually. Oh, they're not reactor killing because they're not set to overpenetrate. So let's set that up. Oh, that's old. I need to set this to overpenetrate. There we go. That should do it. While I'm at it, actually, let me give the Punic breakwater a zoom. So let's look at our back. We get destroyed ship models in the future. Yeah, that's the plan. Eventually the map will be full of destroyed ships. Now the game automatically garbage collects crate objects like that after a certain amount of time. So they will despawn eventually. Otherwise the game would just overload. Okay, let's see if that worked. Yay, there we go. We have a zoom on the breakwaters. Oh, it looks like we can't zoom while it's cooling down.
Engaging.
Not sure why that is. see. Oh, I know. It's because the breakwaters use overheat instead of reload time. That'll be fine anyway. Oh. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, okay, there's a reactor kill. You could tell by that orange flash. Hey. So that's working properly. Just want to make sure the Punic is actually getting the carrier tag. No. Why not? The ion is. Why is the Punic not? Cannot create carrier tag. Destroyed on creation due to inactive state and delete when at deactivated flag. What? Hmm. What happens if I run this in multiflick? Okay, so I'm just going to relaunch Sapien here. Yeah, ion is little compared to this. For sure. Okay, while this is loading, I'll be back in a second actually. Okay, back to it. Okay, it created a tag that time. Yep. That works, cool. So you can now definitely send defensive fighters to the Trafalgar. The glorious missile volley. Hell yeah. Um, of course, the hood is going to have to be edited for Punic and the gunner seats as well. We now have a 3-section UNSC ship, so I'll have to add a middle gunner seat to the icons at the top of the ship. Yeah. It's a shame that projectiles cannot give impact decals to vehicle objects. That'd be sick. I wouldn't even have to do damage states then. Projectiles could just inflict them themselves. Okay, so I think that's the gunner, rail gunner sorted. I do wonder about zooms, though. I wonder if the zooms will overlap with each other. I don't think they're gonna cause the pilot to zoom, that's for sure. The gunners might overlap with each other sometimes. But we'll see. So yeah, that's the pro gunner. I'm going to set up the rear gunner, and then that will be the last thing I do on stream. That's probably going to take about half an hour. And then the bulk of the work is done on the Trafalgar. We just need to dial in its health. I want to see about adding that teleporter to it, see if that can work. And then we need to just give it a unique hood. The ship icon for the Punic has to go onto the hood, and for the gunners, thanks to Reload, we have an icon for that. Need to change the name at the top of the screen to Punic-class. But yeah, there's not much left to do for this ship to be fully realized. Oh, the explosion effects, so I need to update those as well. So yeah, the Trafalgar will probably be, I'll probably be pushing the update with the Trafalgar midweek sometime, Wednesday or Thursday. So I want to get the Shadow of Intent set up as well. It's going to take a lot less work, just building on top of the existing CAS carrier. Just has a few mesh changes, the hanger on the back, and then its weapons need to be updated. So let's get to the rear gunner. Yeah, beat you to it, Alloy. Modding models. Rear. Okay, so just like the foregunner, we're going to delete all the secondary trigger markers because we don't need them. Those are for the archers, which are all on the pilot now. I'm going to select everything with a hash. start a name and convert them to markers. Separate the breakwater to the turret on the barrels. Stranding 2 noticed. Is that on my desktop? Yeah, I picked it up on launch. I think I'm about 10 hours into it and haven't played it since. I need to get back to it. Death Stranding 1 is one of my favorite single player games of all time. Death Stranding 2 has been pretty sick so far. It's in my import folder. Was it? Oh, it was probably on, yeah, the default location it opens. Okay, so I'm gonna put letter T before each of these barrels so that they're closer to the turrets in the list. Hello, by the way, Davy Jones, welcome. Good to see you. Damn, that area is crawling with BTs. Should really play Expedition 33. Yeah, I should. One of my friends really recommends it as well. So we need to set this up as a new asset. Oh no, I need to scale everything up first. No. Well, thanks so much, Davy Jones. Yeah, it's been a lot of work, but I'm really proud of how it's turned out. Thanks to Nasty as well. Thank you very much. Okay. The entry point for this is going to be here. That. Yeah, it's the entry marker there. It's the gunner. What am I studying? Is this what I do? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. You mean, did I study 3D modeling in college? Yes. Back in 2012, I did a game development course. If you mean if I'm studying right now, no. This is all. This is work for setting up a new spaceship for my Halo mod. You're new here. This is a mod for Halo Reach called Halo Reach Slipspace, which adds multiplayer space battles to the game. And we're working on this ship here, which is a very big human ship. So this needs to be collision geometry. We're gonna. Oh, hey, no problem. It's no problem at all. Okay, so we set up our bones again. We need a bone for the Mac. We need bone for 2 bones for the breakwater and 2 bones for each point defense turret. So let's start with the Mac. Okay, so there's our Mac bone. Make our breakwater. Okay. It's the breakwater there. Then we make a new bone again for the turrets. Now we set up the point defense turrets. Okay. We drag a new bone out of this one. All this pearl. Yeah, bones. Whole lot of bones. Okay, now begins the rigging. My programming where the turret should look. Not yet. First, I'm just setting up the bones and attaching the relevant turrets to the relevant bones, and then we'll be animating them. I'm doing good. Weaver, thanks very much. Hope you're doing good too. Apparently the stream quality is become poor. Apparently the bit rate is lower than it should be also. Oh no, I think that's just being dropped. Okay, I think it's back to good. Back to excellent, rather. Excellent stream health. Few more to go. Here we go. Point defense is set up. Set up the breakwater. Excellent. Then we set up the Mac. Oh. Here we go. So that's the rig done. Now we need to set up our aiming animation. It's going to be an overlay. Mode of any weapon class aiming. Generate poses. Vehicle. 60 aiming. Actually, I'm gonna parent all the turret bones need to be parented to the pedestal. I think that needs to be done in edit mode. There we go. So now, yep. Our poses are good. Actually, let me just make sure. Point defense turrets rotate properly on this. Yep. They are Gucci. Now we begin. Okay, so on frame 10, we need to aim our barrels, except for the breakwater. Aim them 90 degrees down. And on frame 11, 90 degrees up. Then the breakwater on frame 10. 10 degrees down. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. Here we go. On frame 11, 90 degrees up. Water and stretch brake. We don't do that here. And the Mac game. We're almost done anyway. I'm going to end the stream once I have this imported and set up. And war era and post-war era be done. I mean, it can, but it won't be. Yeah, all the contents I have planned is the war era. Yeah, apologies to any post-war fans. I just have we have quite a bit of work laid out for us as it is. I want the mod to be finished by the end of the year, and I also just kind of find post-war stuff a little bit less interesting design-wise, so that kind of influences the decision as well. Okay. That's our animation set up. Now I need to set our vehicle and model templates, and of course I'm going to use the 4-gunner vehicle we've already set up. It's showing up in a list for some reason. Why not? Oh. Hey, let's export. Once again, I forgot to set up the materials.
Suicide.
I don't know why that just played. Die.
Suicide.
Oh, that's why. Okay. So, okay. Set this material to Valiant. Extras. And I need to smart link that. Probably get rid of the Punic one. Export. There we go.
Engaging.
Oh yeah, we need to set up the gaming animations. There we go. Rotating breakwater. Open to set eastward blending. Hell yeah. Turrets are working. I can probably set this weapon to never overheat. The heat gauge is just a little indicator for reload time, really. Yeah, second gunner is set up. Um, Mm.
Suicide.
Damn it. There we go. I'm gonna have to make that same change on the regular breakwaters as well. Now that I think about it. There we go. So the bar that shows reload time is now accurate. Previously it wasn't. It was bar was finishing a little bit sooner than the actual reload. Ever since I changed the breakwater reload from 7 seconds to 8, I forgot to update the heat bar. Okay, so there we are. The Trafalgar is set up. Gunners are set up. We just need to change the hood and the explosion effects. And then he will be finished. So last thing I'm going to do on stream here now is, so I don't forget, is I'm going to go to the multiplayer objects. Multiplayer object list. I'm going to go down to the entry that I've added for Trafalgar. Instead of referencing the Valiant, I'm now going to make this reference the Punic. So that'll allow me to spawn it through game types. So hell yeah. And so there we have it. As I said, currently the Macs are just the Artemis Macs. Probably is a good idea that they stay as Artemis Macs, but I will try, and I don't think they're going to be quite the ODP Mac. They'll kill any Covenant escort in one hit. I might make it that they strip, and maybe a DCV they'll kill as well, but they'll strip and damage a CCS with one shot, but won't kill it outright.
Initiating attack.
That's an Artemis. Artemis Mac. Ooh, reacted it. Sick. So yeah, this thing is going to be very dangerous. I mean, even just with an Artemis level Mac, that took out a DCV in an Artemis Mac and 4 volleys from the breakwaters. So it might not need to be more powerful than that, but we will make it more powerful and see how it goes.
Suicide.
Oh, keep forgetting that. Actually, yeah, I'm going to change the ramming class to the same class as the CAS instead of the CAO. Oh, flagship. This way it's not lethal on contact. But it does a lot of ramming damage and takes very little. So if I switch this to Albert. I think it's supposed to have Supermax. Yeah. Technically the Supermax on the Artemis are, well, I class them as super as well. But they should be even bigger than that, yeah.
Suicide.
Okay, so that was lethal for Albert.
Suicide.
Oh. It's probably moving too fast for me to get into. Yeah, it is. But yeah. There we go.
Targeting hostile.
Damn, I think that Shiva flew into the longsword that was in front of it and blew up. What can we do about that? That's a task for another day. Okay, so I'm going to call the stream here. Trafalgar and its gunners are in game. Their weapons are set up. Damage states are set up. Most of their effects are set up. Its damage regions are set up. Collision is set up. Like good stuff. It's got its custom weapons. We're going to figure out the Mac. So there's only a few things left to do on it. The hood needs to be done. The Macs need to be updated. And that's kind of it, really. So I might, I'll probably stream, do a little stream of that as well, because testing the Macs is always fun. But otherwise, yeah, we have the UNSC Trafalgar in game. and it's going to be super cool. But we don't have it in game. We have it in the mod tools. Okay, that's going to do it for today, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. And thank you so much for subscribing, John Harper. Appreciate that. It'll either be tomorrow or Tuesday when I stream the finalization of this, and I'm going to work on the Shadow of Intent off stream in the meantime. Pick away at it here and there. And then once I have it in engine, I might stream setting up its weapons and vitality and all that. But yeah, there we go. UNSC Trafalgar, in all its glory. Thanks so much for watching, everybody, and I'll catch you again tomorrow or Tuesday. Until then, goodbye.